because they said it's better to just go back and publish, right? So I think it's important to curate or, develop those coordinators. And I think I have to go back to the course that I just mentioned to you. This is for the researchers or for the scientists who want to be, in the end, you can coordinate everything as well. So this ASEAN Researcher Program, I encourage you all to, look at it and maybe encourage your young scientists in your lab to apply, because there is an age limit. It's like 35, so not more than 35. So please encourage your younger generation to look into this course, and maybe you can be trained to be, not just a researcher, but you can be coordinating many important projects as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Lily. So actually the keyword is one person who can facilitate, right? Both of the science and also management and business. Okay, have a great day, Dr. Lily.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
So we would like to continue for our plenary session. Okay. Our first plenary session is with the topic Waste Biorefinery Toward a Sustainable Circular Bioeconomy, a Solution to Global Issues. He's the president of International Bioprocess Association Malaysia, Director Sustainable Food Processing Research Center, University of Nottingham, Malaysia, Co-Director Future Food Malaysia, Professor of Biochemical Engineering, Department of Chemical and Environmental Engineering, Faculty of Science and Engineering, University of Nottingham, Malaysia. His research interest is in biochemical engineering, bioprocess engineering, microalgae technology, bioenergy, and biorefinery. He also received honor and award from Tan Sri Emeritus Professor Agustin Ong International Special Award on 2021 and on 2020 APEC Science Prize for Innovation, Research and Education Aspire Malaysia Award. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our plenary session speaker, Professor Paul Lok Show.
All right, everybody, good morning. All right, please allow me to share my screen right now. Right, this is the screen. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so let me start with my presentation today. I given 20 minutes, so I hope that you will bear with me 20 minutes. I will try my best to finish it within the time given. So this is my first slide. This is not my last slide. Yeah, I always start with thank you. I want to thank the 9th International Symposium for Innovation Bioprocess Indonesia on Biotechnology and Bioengineering 2022. So my name is Shopal, can call me Paulo. I'm from Nottingham, Malaysia. So next slide, please. Right, so just a quick introduction about myself. I believe just how Professor Diana have mentioned about it. Yeah, so just a little bit talk about myself. Actually, currently I'm a technology advisor under this high-value, high-tech agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture in Malaysia. So in this, actually, I'm the advisor whenever there is a new project, new proposal, and also new finding from this Malaysia agriculture. So I'm working on this. Also, a university ranking advisor under this High Mocha University. Also, a founder and president of International Bioprocess Society in Malaysia. Director of Food Processing Research Center, Nottingham, Malaysia, as well as co-director Future Food Malaysia, because excellent. So I just got promoted to become a full professor in biochemical engineering 2019. It's a very young professor, I can say. I also visiting professor in this Wenzhou University. I got my PhD in bioprocess engineering in 2 years, as well as right after my PhD, I further another degree we call PGCG, current fellow of higher education academic, chartered chemical engineer, which is IKE, as well as next please. As well as fellow of Industry of Chemical Engineering. So I also Asia Chinese and professional engineer, professional technology, and corporate member of IEM. Right. So just a quick introduction about myself. As mentioned just now, our research actually covered in three areas. The first one is a bioprocess from upstream to downstream. Second is separation and purification engineering. The third one is more toward biorefinery. We call it a microalgae biorefinery. So in these three research area, I will combine it. I will share with you how we work together in the teams, in the big umbrella. So let's move to the next slide, please. So today's topic, I will share with you what is the waste biorefinery towards a sustainable circular bioeconomy, a solution to global issue. Because what I'm going to highlight today, actually we divide into three topics. The first topic, which is I will share with you what is microalgae first. So after microalgae, I will share with you what is biorefinery, because I believe biorefinery is very important in this circular economy. Then I will share with you what is artificial intelligence. Then I will share with you the latest technology developed by our team. We call it liquid biophasing system. All right, next slide, please. Right, so first of all, what is algae? Because everybody heard about algae. Actually, algae, you can get it from a lot of water, seawater, fresh water, as well as the wastewater. Right, so next slide, please. Right, so you can see algae, we have a lot of products, a lot of, it's actually, okay, we can say it's a plant-based, you can synthesize a lot of products. So just next, please. So you can see algae actually is a plant which can grow rapidly. I can say can grow very rapidly, can grow multiple times within a day. Grow with the help of carbon dioxide, which is free of charge, because what we want is reduce carbon dioxide and with free sunlight as well as nutrient-rich water. Nutrient-rich water can be wastewater, can be seawater, and can be fresh water as well. The range of this actually came from unicellular to multicellular. Unicellular meaning that single cell, multicellular multiple cell, resize from 0.5 micrometer, which we call it microalgae, which we already use. We cannot see using our naked eyes, we only can see by our microscope. While like a macroalgae, which is big algae, which can long as big as 100 meters, we call macroalgae. In layman term, we call seaweed. Right, next slide, please. Right, so this is the composition of microalgae. So you can see we have required sunlight, which is free of charge. We have available band of sunlight, especially in the area Indonesia as well in Malaysia. Water can be wastewater, fresh water, and seawater. Inorganic carbon, which is carbon dioxide, and also NPK, which is nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. So the main composition in microalgae divided into three. The first one is a carbohydrate, which can have a lot of byproduct. As well as example, we have bioethanol, bioprotanol, bioplastic, which is a product can get from microalgae. While protein is the main protein, I believe you heard about spirulina, right? Spirulina actually is a microalgae, which can produce a lot of protein. Can make in animal feed, can make in the biofertilizer, human nutrients. While for lipid, you can make a lot of biofuel, example biodiesel and nutraceuticals. Right, so next please. So we cannot forget also that it's a very, very minor things compound available in this microalgae, example vitamin, mineral, pigment, and also polyunsaturated fatty acids. So this actually very important. Why I say so, because all this, right, you cannot get in most of the animal, the food that we eat, but you can get it from microalgae. Right, so next slide, please. Right, this is a short video. I'm not sure you're able to see it or not. Try to play it. You're able to play the short video here. And there is a sound actually, There's the audio. Can you play the audio as well? Maybe let me share my screen.
10,000 million by 2050?
Yes,
How
correct.
can we produce 60% more food than today in just 3 decades, when the climate change and eroded soils are greatly affecting agricultural productivities? With this critical scenario, we need to find innovative solutions to help us tackle the problems. In this context, microalgae have real potential to contribute towards the sustainable development. But what do you really know about microalgae? Microalgae are microorganisms that first appeared on Earth around 3,000 millions of years ago and created the atmosphere as we know it today. They are the first organisms that performed oxygenic photosynthesis and are therefore the origin of all known plant-based life. They are the reason why we have oxygen on Earth. And still today, microalgae living in the oceans provide us with more than half of the oxygen we have. Also known as phytoplankton, they are the first link in the aquatic food chain. However, we have not paid much attention to them until now, because we now know that they have great potential to improve our lives in many ways. There are more than 60,000 different species, all of them with different biochemical composition and properties, hence with many different potential applications. Furthermore, they are highly productive, even allowing a daily harvest. They don't compete with conventional agriculture since they don't need fertile lands to be grown. And they are an inexhaustible source of biochemical richness, including proteins, omega-3 fatty acids, carbohydrates, carotenoids, polysaccharides, vitamins or phytohormones, among many others. Thanks to this composition and their biodiversity, they are a raw material with immense potential for application in many different sectors. Microalgae can be a key part of the solution because they are a source of clean, sustainable, and inexhaustible biofuels. Because they are one of the most efficient CO2 biofixation systems in the world. Because they are a novel food source cataloged as the food of the millennium by the FAO of the United Nations. But more importantly, microalgae-derived products are already playing a key role in considerably increasing productive yields in agriculture, aquaculture, and animal production. For all these reasons, we not only owe microalgae life as we know it, but also the improvement of our lives in the coming years. They are our origin, but they are also our future.
So this is a video about, actually this video is talking about the whole summary, what is microalgae, what is the composition, why we need microalgae. So as per the video mentioned that microalgae actually is our origin, because we, our human exist in the world, there's microalgae really. And microalgae also our future. Why? Because microalgae can be a future food, can be a future fuel as well. Right, so let me proceed to the second topic that I will share with you, which is why microalgae biorefinery. So you can see in microrefinery, as I mentioned just now, right, we have lipid, protein, carbohydrate, and other pigment. We call it algae biomass. Because this is microalgae, we have a plant-based, we already take cell wall. We need to undergo a pre-treatment to break the cell wall. So what is the pre-treatment that we can apply it? We can sonification, microwave, enzymatic, hydrothermal, pulse electric, and also thermal shock. So this is a pre-treatment to break the cell wall. After breaking the cell wall, right, so you can see a carbohydrate, lipid, and protein. Undergo fermentation, you will see a lactic acid. So for lipid undergo transfiguration, you have produced glycerol and diesel. So you can see some lactic acid as well. So for protein, you can undergo some process. You will produce a fertilizer, supplement, and also food product. So all these processes, right, you will involve wastewater. So for the wastewater, yeah, you can reuse it, recycle it, and for the cultivation of microalgae. So the whole process, actually, we call it microalgae biorefinery. So you can see it actually is a circular economy as well as zero waste discharge from the system. Right, next slide, please. Right, so next topic I will share with you is why we want to put artificial intelligence in the system. Because we sometimes we need to think in the positive way. Even we can see pandemic give a big impact, but pandemic also give us some benefit, which is we have no choice, cannot go to lab, so we have to learn something from home. So that's why in my team, right, we develop artificial intelligence in this microalgae biorefinery. Next slide, please. So I will share with you what is artificial intelligence. So actually, just a quick preview of artificial intelligence, actually referring to a simulation of human intelligence. So actually, we are going to train a machine that are programmed to think like a human and mimic their actions. So whatever that you think, whatever that you want to do, you can do the coding, programming, and do the simulation of it. So we call it artificial intelligence. So our team will develop this artificial intelligence in this photobioreactor, as well as to using mobile phone to do the real-time monitoring of the cultivation process, extraction. So next slide, please. So just to recap for you, what is the first industry revolution? We focus on steam engine. While next please, second revolution, we focus on electric motorized assembly line. That's why you can see a conveyor belt, a lot of conveyor belt in the industry. Third one, actually, we focus on roboting with a robot. This way you can see a robotic arm. For industry revolution, with a lot of people talking about production of system that learn and adapt the predictions. So this is we call our fourth industry. So after that, we combine everything together. We come up with a system we call a liquid biorefinery system. Actually, it's a new biorefinery techniques. So let me share with what is liquid biorefinery system. Right, next slide, please. So liquid biorefinery actually is a liquid partitioning method of two liquid phases. So we involve a liquid system in the system. Actually, we involve two liquids together. So in our team, we successfully recover as separate magnetic compound. So some example I can share with color pigment, protein, carbohydrate, lipid, vitamin, mineral, enzyme, neutral, aroma, heavy metal, additive. So whatever that you mentioned, that we name it, so we can use this liquid biorefinery to do the separations. So in the next slide, I will share with you how to do this liquid biorefinery system. So in order to prepare liquid biorefinery is actually very simple, just mixing and shaking. Just how you make coffee. I believe you coffee, you need coffee, creamer, sugar, and also hot water. So in this liquid biorefinery, actually very simple. You just mix everything. There is another gradient force. In this liquid biorefinery, there is two main factors affecting the system. The first one is the phase forming component. Just like make coffee, you need Arabica coffee bean or Robusta coffee bean. So you can see you can add a self-destructive agent as separation pressure agent. So the first step actually you put all this together. Then you can see next step is you have the phase separate. It can be a salt, sugar, iron liquid, all this. So you can see all the particular right potential on top. This we add as a separation and purification agent. Right. Next slide, please. So the next thing I want to share with you are the smart extraction technology in liquid biorefinery system. So what is smart extraction technology? Actually, smart things meaning that we implement artificial intelligence system. So extraction technology actually combining upstream and downstream together. So how work in? Actually, one phase you can see is a phase forming component. Phase forming component can be iron liquid, can be polymer, can be salt, can be sugar, plus a feed which is nutrient, medium, and microalgae biomass. We do the normal cultivation or process. After that, we heat it above the critical storage temperature. A lot of people will question why we need to heat it, because we deal with live organism. Heat will involve a lot of energy, but in that case, we don't heat too high. We only heat 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. We want to see the two phases. On top, after heating process, you can see top phase, you can see bioproduct and water. You just remove the water, you get your pure product. Pure product can be lipid, protein, carbohydrate, DHA, pigment, whatever that you want to extract. Bottom phase consists of phase forming component biomass, which you can recycle. So this is how we work together. We call it our bottom phase recycling system. Of course, we put the smart extraction system. So this video we can share with you how we do the simulation of simulator of cultivation and biorefinery microalgae. Yeah. So you can see from this video, right, this is a single step extraction. So we're using alga culture separation by this. So at the same time, we cultivate the microalgae. At the same time, we do the extraction of microalgae active compound from microalgae. So you can see after the harvesting system, we heat up above the critical solution temperature. You can see two phases. Yeah, two phases. Top phase, you can see all biomass. Right. So after that, after the critical solution temperature, right? So maybe 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, you see the two phases. On the biomass, we break the cell wall and we will partitioning to the bottom phase. So on top of it, right, you can see a thin layer of oil. Bottom phase, you can see a water. And this one is a biomass used in recycle. Yeah, why we claim it as smart? Because we put some sensor and we can put a Wi-Fi. This one we can monitor using our handphone. So time to time we can see the concentration of the biomass, concentration of water, and concentration of our oil layer on top. So this is why we claim it as a smart technology. Yeah, this method we already patented and we use it in mining industry. So let's proceed with waste biorefinery toward a sustainable circular economy, a solution to global issue or not. Yeah, actually, yes, I can say we need to have a right combination at the right time in the right place. Yeah, because a lot of things happen around there. So I think this is our new book. I can just want to share with you. Actually, starting from 2019, we think that application is not enough to reach a wider audience. That's why we come up with a books. So first book we produce, we call bioprocess engineering. Second book is that we have is liquid biorefinery system that I will share with you. The third book actually we produce the prospect of Industry 5.0 in biomanufacturing. So you can have a look. I think the latest book that we produced this year, we call it Microalgae for Environmental Biotechnology. So this is the latest book that we produced. Actually, you can check the book in most of the bookstore and also Google book already. Right, next slide, please. All right. So this is the next slide. I think this next slide is a lot of information, to share with you our website, as well as to keep in touch. I believe some of you may be shy to ask questions now, so you can text me or email me anytime that you want. Right. So this is my WhatsApp, my Facebook, my Talk, and my Zalo, and my WeChat as well. So this is my website. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shaw, on very interesting presentation on how beneficial of biorefinery of microalgae, with the emphasis on novel purification and separation using liquid biphasic system for circular bioeconomy. So we will have discussion after one more plenary speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, let's continue to the second plenary session. Our speaker for the second plenary session is Dr. Tony Hadibarata. He's an associate professor from Faculty of Engineering and Science, Curtin University, Malaysia, and also adjunct professor on Center for Coastal Disaster Mitigation and Rehabilitation Studies, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, University of Diponegoro, Indonesia. He obtained PhD and master degree in environmental chemistry and microbiology from Ehime University, Japan, and Bachelor of Science from University of Mula Warman, Indonesia. His research interests in environmental chemistry, environmental microbiology, environmental engineering, bioremediation of toxic pollutants, water and wastewater treatment, and also in microbial enzyme with H index 37. Please welcome our plenary speaker, Dr. Tony Hadibarata.
Very good morning. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, very good mornings, everyone. So today, I would like to share my research about research advance on biodegradations and bioremediations of emerging pollutants. Next slide, please. Okay. This all about waters. Yeah. In Malaysia, the situation is 90% of water supply in Malaysia is came from the rivers. Unfortunately, the pollutions of river is increasing. So until now, I have the data until 2019, still 10 polluted rivers, as well as 49 slightly polluted rivers. So the pollutions is came from the point source, from the sewage treatment plants, manufacturing, agro-based industry, as well as from non-point source from the agricultural activity, plantation, and surface runoff. Next, please. Okay. The problems in the wastewater treatment system in Malaysia is only effective for the conventional pollutant, as well as the BOD, COD, THS, and so on and so on. But there is no parameters effective for the emerging contaminants removals, as we see from the tables. Most of them still showing low removings for the emerging contaminant. So it is very important to create the effective treatments, especially for the emerging contaminants. Next, please. Okay, the emerging contaminant is the pollutant. Actually, the pollutants has been detected in the water bodies. But the problem is there is no regulations, no regulation, no policy, or no environmental laws to manage or to arrange about this kind of pollutants. So in this study, I will focusing on the pH, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, as well as the microplastics. If you check the publication of these two emerging contaminants, increasing year by year. Next, please. Okay, so we start from the biodiversity in Southeast Asia. Yeah, as we know that Southeast Asia, or ASEAN regions, is having a highest biodiversity. Yeah, including the non-wood product. Yeah, we are focusing later in the non-wood products. So until 2015, yeah, 206.5 million hectare of forest cover Southeast Asia, but currently, the problem is the deforestation, yeah, increasing year by year. Here, the data, you can see the data that increasing of deforestation from 2001 until 2016, as well as the increasing of the production, yeah, productions forest. Next, please. Okay, this is the Sarawak. Sarawak is 37% of Malaysian regions. Consisting 800,000 of protected areas, yeah, national parks, wildlife, nature reserve, and currently Sarawak has 15 national parks and open to visitor as the tourist destination in Sarawak. Okay, so here we focusing on the mushroom, yeah, the mushrooms that we want to utilize. Yeah, next please. Okay, this is the utilization of mushrooms in biotechnology for biopulpings, yeah, for the brewings and the reproduction as well as the fermentations. But in this study, I would like to focus on the environmental management, yeah, environmental managements. Utilize some enzymes extracted from the mushrooms, yeah, such as the lacase, the peroxidase, lipase, peroxidase, and phytase. Next, please. Okay, maybe this is everybody already know, yeah, but the type of wood decay fungi, we have 3 types of fungi: white roots, brown root, and soft root. That why we use this fungi, because the similarity of the lignin, because the fungi, the component of woods can be degraded by the fungi, and we estimate that if the fungi can degrade the wood component, especially lignins, so the fungi can degrade the organic pollutants, yeah, especially the benzene rings pollutants. Next, please. There is 6 categories, yeah, for the enzymes, but for the environmental remediations, only 3 playing roles: oxidoreductase, transferase, and hydrolase. Yeah. So in this study, I will focusing on the oxidoreductase as well as hydrolase. Yeah. Here, because these 2 enzymes is more effective for the pH as well as the microplastic. Next, please. Okay, the 3 ligninolytic enzymes is consisting 3 types: the lignin peroxidase, lacase, and manganese peroxidase. Every enzymes has characteristic. Yeah, for the lignins, need the peroxidase to degrades or to substrates or to oxidize the pollutants, and for lacase need the oxygens, and for the manganese peroxidase similar with the lignins but need the ionic manganese ions for the process. Next, please. And the lacase is one of the powerful enzymes due to the effectivity for degradations various pollutants, yeah, including the emerging contaminants. So there is 2 types of oxidations. First is direct without any addition of mediators, and the second is indirect with the additions of mediators. Of course, the 2 types oxidations can degrade the pollutants, but mediators increasing the times and the process for transformations. Next, please. Okay, we are starting from the pH. We start from the beginnings, the screenings of the mushroom. Yeah, so I collect 804 Basidiomycetes from several national park in Sarawak. Yeah, Sarawak, Piasau, Lambir, Nia, Simalajo, and Baku, and these various forests, yeah, representing the hill mountainous tropical forest, the wetland forest, as well as the swamp forest. So the fungi is isolated using the agar mediums, and we check the effectivity or the resistances in 4 indicators. We use the poly R47H, Remazole beryllium blue R, guaiacol, as well as the siningal dazin. You can see that structure of this indicator is similar with the structure of the emerging contaminant. And then we screen based on the growing as well as the decolorization, and we identify the names of the fungi. Next, please. Okay, this is some of the pictures that collected from the forest. We collect 459 species during the wet seasons and 345 species during the dry season. So 62% is belong to the saprophytic fungi, and as well as the edible 38%, as well as the inedible. Next, please. So the identifications of the fungi was conducted by macroscopic, by observing, touching, smelling, testing. Microscopics by the measure the size and shape of the spore as well as the arrangement of the spores. And the finals, the molecular identifications by sequencing of PCR amplified part of the 18S RNA with the universal primer. Next, please. And the degradations process conducted like this. This is the flow. The flow of the experiments. First, the media preparations, and then culturing, incubation for several days, extraction using several solvent combination, including the separations using the column chromatography. And for the enzymes productions was identified or with the UV fish spectrophotometers with some substrates. For the detection of the metabolites is checking using the GCMS, GCMS the finals, but we have to check also the melting points, the UV fish, as well as the TLC. And then we compare the results of the sample with the standards in the GCMS, or we can compare with the synthesis if we don't have the compounds, and also checking in the library of the GCMS. Next, please. Okay, this is the mechanisms. The mechanisms, if the mycelia grow, they will produce the enzyme. There is the enzymes. The enzymes will extract to the liquid culture, and liquid culture will oxidize the pollutants, the pollutants in the liquid mediums, and convert it into the simple structure of chemical. And if the simple structure is composed, the compound will be absorbed to the fungal body and degraded in the fungal body. So we compare the sample with the standards library as well as the synthesis using the UV fish, melting point, TLC, GCMS, and FTIR. Next, please. So we can see here that most of the pH, penetrance, anthracene, and pyrines, 3 rings and 4 rings pH was degraded. It degrades more than 60%. The question is the pollutants, or are the pollutants eliminated by biosources or by biotransformations? So we have to check letters. Next, please. Okay, here we can see that we found some metabolites, some metabolites from the penetrance, from the anthracenes, as well from the pyrene, and as well as the fungi that playing role in the degradations. You can see from the right columns. So we can conclude that the removal of the pH in the culture is conducted by the transformations process. Next, please. Okay, this is the pathway of the penetrant degradation. Basically, the most of the pH consisting the Bay regions and K region, and these regions, these both region is most active in compared with the other regions. So we can see here that the K regions was oxidized, was oxidized by the enzymes to form depending acids, 1-hydroxy-2-nitric acids, hydroxybenzoic acid, as well as the pyrocatechol. The compounds in the brackets, between the bracket, was not identified in our culture. So this is confirming with the table previously, the table of the spectral analysis. Okay, next please. And this is for anthracene. Anthracene, there is two role of enzyme here. The first role by lacase, to convert the anthracenes into the anthracene quinone, anthracene quinones, and finally forms the phthalic acid by the intra and extra enzymatic conversions or end-ring fissions to finally forms a benzoic acid. In the other routes, the dioxygenase and the dehydrogenase converting the anthracenes into the anthracene 1,2 diols, and finally form the benzoic acid. So unfortunately, we cannot find the both compounds between the brackets. Next, please. And this is the pyrines, similar with the previous metabolites. So there is two pathway. First one is phthalic acids, because the final product is the phthalic acids, as well as the salicylic acid pathway. So we can confirm that all pH has been transformed by the enzymes of the fungi collected from the forest. Next, please. Okay, so the problem is, can the treatment be applied in situ? Can the fungi or the enzymes can be implemented in situ? So, of course not. We have to to immobilize the enzyme. Immobilize the enzymes to make sure to ensure the activity and stability still in the high performance. So there are 4 immobilization methods: cross-linking, adsorptions, covalent bindings, and entrapments or encapsulation. So each method has the advantages and limitations. And I will try to do the entrapment or encapsulation to combine the enzymes with the absorbent as well as the magnetic force. Next, please. Okay, so this is the grant from the Ministry of Higher Education about the prototype research. So we combine the enzymes with the absorbents with the magnetic powers to produce the magnesium. We call it the magnesium. Next, please. So the magnesium consisting the enzymes in the middle of the prototypes. The outer layer is adsorbent from the lignolysis waste, and the magnetic core in the inside. So we can implement the prototypes in situ, especially in the liquid or aquatic environments. So for example, if there is a crude oil contamination, so we can spray the magnesiums there, and then we can eliminate the magnesiums using the magnetic force. Next, please. So how strong the magnesium to degrade the organic pollutants? So we can see here the magnesium only cannot be effective only in the soil, because mainly focusing on the aquatic environment. Okay, next please. The other alternative method is using enzyme dispersion. So we combine the enzymes from the specific microbes, and then we combine with the aqueous enzymes and making formulation with the ionic liquid to perform the enzymatic dispersion. So the mechanism is similar with the magnesiums, but the shape of the prototype is liquid. So we can spray in the aquatic environments, and then we can convert or we can eliminate the crude oil or oil spills in on the sea. Next, please. Next, we are focusing on microplastics. As we know that the consumptions of the plastic in ASEAN increasing year by year. But you can see here the Malaysia is highest in the ASEAN country, 16.78 kilogram per capita, yeah, per capita. Next, please. So, in order to this reason, we want to check, yeah, the occurrence of the microplastics in some river in Sarawak, as well as in the commercial marine fish in some market in Miri. Yeah. So we check 3 rivers. Yeah, 3 rivers. We collect the water and sediments, as well as the 5 fish from markets: skipjack tuna, mackerel, sea catfish, shrimp, bivalve. Yeah, each sample 2 kilograms per market. Okay, next, please. Yeah, this is the mechanisms how to analyze the water sample, the sediment sample, and commercial fish. In this study, we just only check the shape, size, and color of microplastic, as well as the functional groups. We didn't check until the mass concentrations, yeah, because we need the advanced equipments, and we don't have the equipments at the time. Yeah, next, please. So here the study, yeah, 3 rivers: Baram rivers, Miri rivers, and Nia rivers. Yeah, if we compare with the other rivers in ASEAN, yeah, Indonesia and Thailand, yes, quite similar. Yeah, we can compare similar. But if we check with other regions, so some rivers showing higher than the Barams, Miri, and Nia rivers. Next, please. And for the commercial marine fish, yeah, you can see that varies from the 11 items per kilograms until 20 items per kilogram. So we can compare with the other fish here. Yeah, some of them showing the high occurrence. For example, like yellowfin tuna, 5 per gram. Yeah, this is per gram, not per kilograms. So if we convert to kilogram, maybe more than 500 or 5,000. Yeah. Okay, next, please. Okay, this is the situations in the Baram River. Yeah, Baram River. We can see the construction of the microplastics in the Baram rivers. Yeah, fiber, pellets, fragments, films, and foam. Fragments showing the highest. Yeah, compare with the other shape of microplastics. Next, please. For size, yeah, we can see here the smallest size, yeah, 300 until 1,000 micrometer, showing the highest, yeah, because maybe the degradation or the deteriorations of the microplastics happens during the process of secreting, yeah, or extracting in the river. Next, please. And for the color, you can see the blacks and blue showing the highest, yeah, for the occurrence of microplastic in Baram rivers. Next, please. And for the Miri rivers and Nia river, this is the configurations. I will not explain in detail, but yeah, this is the configurations for the size, the color, and the, yeah, okay. This is the occurrence of microplastic in fish, yeah, in commercial fish. You can see here the configuration of color, and then the fragments or types, as well as the size. Yeah, next, please. This is the picture, yeah, the picture that we found from the water sediments, as well as from the commercial fish. Yeah, you can see here. Yeah. Next, please. Okay, yeah, this is the, when we check the microplastics in the FTIR, so you found that the types of microplastics belong to the polyethylenes, yeah, polyethylenes, and then the polypropylenes, polyurethanes, as well as the ethylene phenyl acetates, ethylene propylene diene monomer, as well as the butyl bromide. So we check based on the stretchings of the carbon and hydrogens, as well as the bending of carbon and hydrogens bond. So basically, when we check again in the sample of the fish, mostly PE, yeah, PE is showing the highest concentrations of microplastic. Okay, next, please. Okay, yeah, this is the mechanisms of screening, same with the previous one, yeah.
Dr. Tony, 1 more minute, please.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is the mechanism similar with the previous one. So, but the indicator is changing with the ethylene, polyethylene. So we can find, or we found that the asparagine integer is the strongest, showing 92% in 35 days, And when we check the enzymes, showing the glutinases, hydrolase, and esterase is showing the highest performance for the enzyme. Next, please. Okay, this is the mechanisms of degradation. The degradations, enzymes is attached to the surface of the polymers. And then the depolymerization happens, biofragmentation happens, become to monomers, and then the monomer will be adsorbed to the cell, the internal cell, and internal cell will convert the monomers into the energy and the CO2, H2O, and or CH4 if the mechanisms of anaerobic. Next, please. When we compare with other microbes, asparagine is showing the highest, but the problem is this is only for PE. We don't know for PP, PS, and PVC, as well as the metabolite of microplastics and the impact of aquaculture on microplastic contamination. So for the next, we will try to investigate these problems. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, this is the conclusion. The conclusion that enzymes, can make an effective, sustainable strategy for the emerging contaminants degradation. I think that's all for the my presentation because the time is over. Maybe you can show the journal. The journal maybe for the if audience want to download the paper. This is the paper, our paper for the presentation, as well as the acknowledgement from the various grant from Malaysian government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tony, for great presentation. So we will have a discussion. I would like to invite Professor Show. So for those of you who have questions, you may use chat or you can raise your hand also. So this is there's a question for Professor Show from Ibu Penny Lestari BRIN. One is, are all microalgae species beneficial or is there also dangerous? And the second question is, how is the quality assurance of this microalgae related to purity?
Right, thank you for the questions. Yes, you're right. Some microalgae, we cannot deny that some microalgae is harmful, some microalgae is not good. Actually, microalgae can divide into two categories. The first one is beneficial algae, which can have a lot of product. Can give us some protein, carbohydrate, lipid. All this we call beneficial algae. While harmful algae maybe has some toxicity, may some ingredient that is not good for a human being. We call harmful algae. Because that's why in a lot of cases, right, we need to select very carefully the algae that we consume, that we use. That's why we need to do the isolation, purification, all this to select the good algae. Just to share with you, actually in algae, right, if you grow too much algae, we call algae bloom, right? It's not good, as we can consider it as a harmful algae as well. So that's why it's a good and harmful algae, right? For your second question, actually, relating to the purity, right? So I can say, the quality of the algae is very subjective, I can say. Because as I mentioned in my presentation, need to have a good purity of algae. If not, there are so many impurity, so many like example, the material that we don't want, the chemical that we don't want contained in the microalgae biomass, which is not good for human consumption or not good for animal as well, not good for other product as well. That's why the purity is important. Because in the traditional way we produce algae, we produce as much biomass, which we call upstream of bioprocess. So we cultivate as well as bioprocess, but in the bioprocess, right, we have a lot of ingredient purity that we don't want. That's why we need to go through a downstream processes, which is we need to do the purity extraction and also the recovery of the product from microalgae so that we can use it in any food supplement, medical, as well as cosmetic product. So the purity will play an important role in the quality of microalgae. Thank you so much.
Okay, One question for Dr. Tony from Bapadani from BRIN. Some fungal cytochrome P450 also capable to catalyze biotransformation of PEH like oxidoreductase. However, the biotransformation product must be different because P450 cannot catalyze the formation of tyrosyl radical like oxidoreductase. Do you experience in the comparisons study of enzymatic activity of fungal oxidoreductase and for P450 against PEH? And second question is, did you identify PE degrading enzyme in Aspergillus niger? Are they PET hydroxylase?
Yes, thank you very much for the question from Dr. Danny. Basically I use here the peroxidase, because the oxidoreductase comprises three types, lactase, peroxidase, and the oxygenase, oxygenase divided by the mono and the deoxygenase. So I think P450 they will convert to not area of the K or B region. So basically in other that both area. So they will not making or not producing the quinone compound for the pH. If you see my slide previously, most of the pH is converted to the quinone, the quinones because of the peroxidase and lactase. But for the P50, I think not making the quinones, but directly to the other pathway, maybe protocatechoic acids or the salicylic acid pathway. And for the identification of the PE degrading enzyme, we check at the beginning the cutinase, the cutinase and hydrolase, as well as the esterase, the enzymes detected in the Aspergillus niger culture. But we will try again. Is there any peroxidase or any oxidoreductase enzymes producing by this microbe? Thank you.
Okay. I will give an opportunity to Ibu Yeni.
Thank you so much. Could you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to ask Professor Paulo.
Your institution, please.
My institution is from the National Research and Innovation Agency. So I would like to ask Professor Paulo about the production of the microalgae technique. So actually, I have an experiences of using the wastewater as a growth media for the microalgae. But as we know that sometimes the wastewater have like unbalanced nutrients that can not stimulate the high production of the microalgae, So I would like to ask you if you have any experiences of using the wastewater and how to manipulate the wastewater to improve the growth of the microalgae without involving any like a chemical fertilizer or something. And the second question is about the composition of the microalgae itself, for example, like carbohydrate, protein, or lipid, or something like that. So, for example, I have an industry of the bioenergy, and I want my microalgae having a high carbohydrate, for example. Can we manipulate, like, for example, the growth condition of the microalgae so we can have the high content of the carbohydrate of our microalgae species? Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you so much, Ibu Hile, for the questions. Right. So to answer your first question, actually, I have experience in cultivate microalgae using wastewater. So what I'm trying to do actually in Malaysia, because Malaysia we have a lot of palm oil mill and fluid, we call it pomade, the wastewater from palm oil mill. So we cultivate because we have 4 ponds in the pomade. So we not dare to use the first pond because first pond is very concentrated, highly viscous, and the pH is very extreme. So what we do is we use the second, third, and fourth one to cultivate microalgae. The reason that we use third, fourth, and the fourth one, right? Because we think that the ingredient, the nutrient inside is suitable to grow Okay, so in order to answer your question, actually, what we do in our lab first, actually, we characterize the wastewater conditions, right? Whether it's suitable to cultivate certain type of microalgae. Because, like example, chlorella, spirulina, different type of microalgae, right? They need different of nutrient. So what we're going to do here, we characterize of the wastewater, which water can suitable to cultivate microalgae without doing any pre-treatment and any fertilizer involved in the wastewater. So we can direct use it. So this is something that we do in our lab, right? Yeah. To your second question, actually, what is the method? What is the idea that come up from me? Actually, you want to manipulate the concentration of the active compound in the microalgae. Very subjective, I can say, because different microalgae have different ability, different microalgae have different strength. So yeah, some microalgae rich in protein, some algae rich in carbohydrate, some algae rich in lipid. So I can say, what we can do is we can have some microalgae strength study. So maybe we have, because currently we have our team develop a new consortium, we call it Algae Biotech Consortium. In this consortium, mainly we are collecting I think more than 300 strength around Asia. So maybe we can do together, we can exchange the strength. Yeah, maybe you have what strength you want, come to talk to me, then we can share some strength with you so that you can cultivate in your site. Yeah, because the strength character is important to decide what product that you want. So let's say, example, just like you want to have a rich in carbohydrate. So maybe I can provide some strength that rich in carbohydrate. So you can try to cultivate in your site so you can produce the carbohydrate from your site. So this is something that my suggestion. Of course, some strength, right, is like I say, some strength is very need to undergo certain treatment like stress condition. So you provide the stress for them, so they will provide additional product that we want, like a hemococcus, yeah, to produce azacitidine. That is some example. So different cultivation process, different optimization process, or different condition of medium, we have different product. Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, welcome.
Is there any other question? Okay, I have a question for Professor Show. Does a different species of microalgae is this require specific condition of a liquid biphasic system also? And if you have a problem with contamination during simultaneous cultivation, how do you manage?
Right. Thank you, Ibu Diana, for the questions. Yeah, actually, you're right. Yeah, because you for different microalgae, you need different liquid biphasic system, because in this liquid biphasic, they have a lot of combination. They have salt, yeah, sugar. They have under liquid polymer, alcohol. So different product you want to extract. Like example, you want to extract lipid from this microalgae. You need different of under liquid, different of salt water. Because even salt, right, they have different type of salt also. So you need different combination. Yeah. So different combination will produce different product. But you do not have to worry about the combination, because combination only happen one time. Meaning that you do the optimization, everything's already, then at the same formula, you can produce the same product. So just like how you make coffee, you already have correct concentration of your flavor, temperature, and the creamer amount they put inside. So you continue using that formula, that is your taste already, this is your flavor already. So I can say this is a different combination. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
And for Dr. Tony, how do you manage the production costs to produce the bioactive compound to be applicable for user or maybe other stakeholder?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, basically we still trying to find the cheapest way to produce the mechanism, yeah? Especially for the absorbents. So we can use the absorbents from the agricultural waste. So this is cheaper than we are ordering from the supplier, yeah, or from the commercial supplier. So we create the absorbents from the agricultural waste because we have equipment here to produce the activated carbons. And for the enzymes, yeah, as enzymes, especially we try to find the best fungi that produce high units of enzymes in liter or gram. Yeah? So basically, if the productivity highest for enzyme productions, as well as the cheapest for the activated carbon, then we can try to lowering the cost for production of mechanisms. For the irons, the magnetic power, I think that's we cannot do anything about this because this already settled, so we cannot adjust the price. Then we just adjusting the price for the activated carbons as well as the enzymes production. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, is there any other question? Okay, I think we can complete our discussion today. And I would like to conclude that it is important to develop a novel method or explore novel organism in the context to support sustainable development goal and strengthening circular bioeconomy and also green economy. Thank you very much for Dr. Tony and Professor Scholl. Have a great day, everyone. And I would like to let the MC to lead for the next session.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Diana. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
So
nice to meet you, Tony. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Thank you to all speakers for the material given. Also, thank you for the moderator to lead the sessions. Following to the next agenda, we will have the parallel sessions consisting of 6 rooms with different topics. Allow me to read for each room. The first room will be bioresources and biodiversity. The second room will be nutraceutical and natural products. Room 3 will be biotechnology and bioinformatics. Room 4 will be medical sciences. Room 5, agricultural and forestry. And room 6 will be environmental and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, each of room will be led by moderators, and please kindly choose the room based on your interest by clicking the breakout room feature in your Zoom meeting. Thank you. While waiting for the breakout room, you can kindly take a look and also choose the room based on your interest. As you can see on the screen right now, there is 6 rooms with each topic and also led by moderators.
Recording in progress.
Selamat siang, Mbak Senli. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. We
Okay.
waiting another presenter, right?
Yes, Mbak Senli become presenter in this room, yeah.
Yes. And also operating the video.
Operator for video player.
Yes.
Okay. The Q&A session is 20 minutes after we finish all of to play, yeah, the six
Yeah.
operation. Okay. If there is no question, is can be finish the Q&A session maybe, Mbak Senli.
Yes.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. All participant has been already in here to parallel session. Okay. Mr. Elga Renjana. Okay, already.
Yes, already.
Miss Akhirta Atikana. Miss Atika.
I guess she's still in the main room. I guess.
Oh yeah. It can be added to this room. Breakout room 2. Nutraceutical and natural products. Okay, next. Miss Henley is also has been joining. Miss Anastasia Weni Indrianingsih.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Miss Urip Perwitasari. Urip Perwitasari. It's already in here.
Yeah.
Okay. Miss Delicia Yunita Rahman. In here.
Yes, ready.
Okay. We will start in 11.10. Miss
Or
Atik.
maybe we can start now. It's okay.
It's okay?
Yes.
If we start now, okay. I will start it and open the session. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of ISIBio 20 and 22 participants. Let me introduce my name Erhario Bimostiarto from the Research Center for Applied Microbiology, BRIN. I will guide a parallel presentation session, especially in session 1 in room 2 for topic nutraceutical and natural products. In this activity, we will play as many as 6 video presenters according to the agenda. The video presenters is for presenter Mr. Elga Renjana will be presented the presentation with entitled In Silico Study of the Organosulfur Compounds of Garlic as Anti-Hypertensive. The second presenter, Ms. Akhirta Atikana, will be presented the topic about a general overview on bioprospecting sponge associated microorganism in Indonesia, 2010 to 2021. The third presenter is Miss Senli Octaviana, will be presented the paper with entitled Antimicrobial Activity of Chondromyces spp isolated from Indonesian mangrove. The fourth presenter is Miss Anastasia Weni Indrianingsih, who will be presented the paper which entitled Evaluation of Antioxidant Activity, Antibacterial Activity, Alpha-glucosidase Inhibitory Activity of Mentha piperita and Cymbopogon citratus essentials oils. The 5 presenters is Miss Urip Perwitasari will be presented the manuscript with entitled Characterization of Flavors Producing Yeast Strains from Indonesia Culture Collection. The 6th presenter is Miss Delicia Yunita Rahman, who will be present the paper which entitled Effect of Nitrogen Concentration and Light Intensity on Growth of Phyllastrella for beta-carotene production. The question and answer session will last for 20 minutes after the video presentation session ends. Those are the rules in the ISIBio 20 and 22 parallel session presentation. Okay, we started about the video player. Maybe the operator, Miss Selfie, can be play the video from first presenter, Mr. Elga Renjana. Thank you very much. The sound is not be here.
Today, hypertension is still a global health problem. Several mechanisms of action to treat hypertension are by suppressing the activity of enzymes that play a role in triggering an increase in blood pressure. Renin and angiotensin converted enzyme, or ACE, are 2 key enzymes that play a role in increasing blood pressure. But conventional hypertension treatment is currently still less effective because it still causes side effects. Because of that, the exploration of active compounds from natural ingredients is very important to do. Garlic, or Ardium sativum, is one of the traditional medicinal plants in Indonesia, which is used as medicine for cardiovascular problems, including hypertension. The therapeutic effect of garlic is due to the bioactive content of organic sulfur compounds. And nowadays, in silico technique, through molecular docking studies, can be used to increase the effectiveness of screening active compounds of natural ingredients with certain properties. Therefore, this study aims to determine the antihypertensive mechanism of organic compounds in garlic by inhibiting the action of renin and ACE through molecular docking. In this study, we use certain types of organic compounds of garlic as ligands. As the control compounds, we use aliskiren and captopril. The 3-dimensional structure of all ligands were downloaded from PubChem data, while the target protein, we use ACE and renin. We download the FASTA format of each protein from ISIBio data. And then the FASTA files used for modeling the three-dimensional structure of target proteins through the Swiss Models website. All ligands and target proteins are input in the Pyrex software for molecular docking analysis. After we got the results, we graphically analyzed the three-dimensional intermolecular interaction using primal software, while for two-dimensional intermolecular interaction using the Protein Plus website. The result of the analysis show that the certain organic sulfur compounds contained in garlic were able to interact with ACE and renin. When the interaction between ligand and target protein was occurred, the binding affinity value will be obtained. Among the 13 organic sulfur compounds, allene has the best antihypertensive potential with binding affinity value is minus 4.8 kcal per mole. And the second place, there is S-allene mercaptocystine with binding affinity value is minus 4.7 kcal per mole. Allene is the main sulfur compound present in garlic. It will be easily lost during the dehydration process and will turn into allicin when the garlic is damaged or accidentally crushed. It can only be found in whole garlic and garlic powder, while as L-mercaptocystine compounds is a water-soluble compound. It will be obtained by extracting garlic using a water compound, water sulfide. In the mechanism maintenance of blood pressure in body, cells in the kidney will release renin for maintaining blood pressure. And then renin will cleave angiotensin again to release angiotensin 1. And then the angiotensin 1 will convert to angiotensin 2 by angiotensin converted enzyme. This angiotensin 2 will induce adrenal glands to produce aldosterone and stimulate reabsorption of salt and water. Because of that, blood pressure will increase and cause hypertension. According to the study, the organic sulfur compounds of garlic will interact with renin and ACE and inhibit their activity. When organic sulfur compounds interact with renin, the angiotensinogen cannot be cleaved and suppress production of angiotensin 1. While the organic sulfur compounds interact with ACE, there is no conversion of angiotensin 1 to angiotensin 2. Because of that, the adrenal glands are not induced to produce aldosterone and there is no stimulation of salt and water reabsorption. So blood pressure does not increase and hypertension can be prevented. However, the result of the docking analysis of control compounds against the two target proteins had higher binding affinity value compared to the 13 organic sulfur compounds. However, 13 of these compounds showed the ability to interact with both ACE and renin, but the control compounds only interact with one target proteins, ACE or renin. Organic sulfur compounds can mutually strengthen interaction with ACE and renin so that antihypertensive activity can occur. And the docking results also showed that both fat-soluble and water-soluble organic sulfur compounds had inhibitory activity against both renin and ACE. In general, garlic is more widely used as a traditional medicine to lower fat level in the blood. The conclusion of this study, the study showed that the organic sulfur compounds of garlic has effective bonds against renin and ACE. And allene and S-allene mercaptocystine from garlic showed higher bonds to renin and ACE when compared to other organisable compounds. Both of these compounds had a main role in the antihypertensive action of garlic, supported by other organisable compounds. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Next will be followed for the second presenter.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for me to present our study on a general overview on bioprospecting sponge-associated bacteria in Indonesia. My name is Airta Tikana. I'm from Research Center for Applied Microbiology, National Research and Innovation Agency. So this study, based on the previous study by Hanif et al. In 2019, they reported about the potential of Indonesian marine natural product from 1917 to 2070s, and they reported around more than 700 original marine natural product that comes from Indonesian marine invertebrates such as sponges, red algae, as well as cyanobacteria and fungi and mollusca as well. So they reported this marine natural product as their chemical ecology, biogeography, as well as biological activities. And most of this marine natural product was reported in the eastern part of Indonesia. Also, our study in 2021, we also reported the natural products from soft coral, sponges, and tunicate, and many was reported from marine sponge that was also in the eastern part of Indonesia. And from this report of Capello and Neri in 2021, they reported the sponge-derived drugs that were approved by commercial use of FDA. There are 5 generic name that was commercially approved, and from the class of nucleoside, macrolide, and for leukemia, as well as breast cancer and antiviral. So in this study, we want to fill in the gap on bioprospecting of sponge-associated bacteria in Indonesia. We studied from 2011 to 2021. So in this study, we use literature research by Google Scholars and from Wageningen University Library, and we use the keyword like marine sponge Indonesia, sponge-associated microbes, bioprospecting and bioactive compounds, and we limited the years by 2011 to 2021 with the final record of 26 that studied Indonesian sponge biodiversity, bioprospecting sponge-associated bacteria, as well as the opportunity and challenges in this study. So from our results, until 2021, there are fluctuation in study of sponge diversity in Indonesian archipelago until 2021, with many number was recorded until 2010, and also a limited record for the next years. And as you can see also in the last 10 years that the studied is mostly in eastern part of Indonesia. This is probably because this part is the world coral triangle area that the highest biodiversity has been reported from this area. In this table, you can see the reports until 2021 about bioprospecting sponge-associated bacteria in Indonesia. Here we only reported the study that complete report with the sample origin as well as the sponge host. Also reported at least the genus and the bacterial species and their bioactivity. As you can see here, there are various sponge hosts has been studied as well as from various locations in Indonesia. Else the bioactivity also for antimicrobial, anti-cancer, and many more. In the literature, we found that the marine actinobacterial genera, mostly from Streptomyces, Micromonospora, Rhodococcus, and Salinispora, has been reported as the potential for bioactivity, and in this table, as reported by Abdul Razak in 2020, they reported some of compounds that are used for many applications derived from actinobacteria. You can also see here many are from the Streptomyces genus. So, limited has been reported from sponge-associated bacteria such as Menzamin, Rifamycin, Mycin, and Nocapirons, also from Micromonospora, Salinispora, and Streptomyces, as well as Nocardiopsis. And with the different sponge hosts has been reported, but then why it is limited and what's next from here is our job to think about it. So in this study, we make a list of the opportunities and challenges on the study the sponge-associated bacteria, especially in Indonesia. Here we have listed opportunities, for example, the underexplored location, as well as the diversity of the sponge and the microbes itself, and the diversity of bioactivity, in which we will find more about many new species or new compounds, as well as new potential for example, antimicrobial, anti-cancer, and antioxidant, are as well as for such as enzymes or many new things from here. However, we also face more challenges on this study area. For example, with underexplored location, we have a limited funding as well as limited access to the location. So here we need more research collaboration and more multi-party efforts to, for example, to go deeper to the deep sea, or for diving itself in its specific tools, as well as the challenge in biodiversity loss, because this will have impact in the conservation as well as the sustainability and continuity. For example, if the sponge itself gone, then we will not be able to find the compounds that we need, as well as the microbes that are in the sponge will also be limited. So also with the problem with uncultivable microorganism, because only 1% of these microbes are cultivable, and research also found that many of the uncultivable microbes are actually the producer of the potential compounds in the sponge. So here we need more techniques and optimization on the growth media and the biofermentation process for our target compounds. In addition to that, we also need to have effort in the mutual benefit between parties, because then we need material transfer agreement, as well as to protect the natural resources. So with this conclusion, I want to make a highlight in the Indonesian sponge potential as producer of bioactive compound, as well as the potential of the sponge-associated microbes. However, we have a limited report on the bioprospecting sponge-associated bacteria, especially in Indonesia, until 2021. That here is many factors should be considered for future marine bioprospecting in Indonesia. And with that, I want to acknowledge all the parties that are involved in this study, from BRIN and from Wageningen University and Research, as well as funding from LPDB, Indonesian Endowment Fund for Education. Also, thank you for everyone who listening to this presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. The next is third presenter, Miss Sanli Octaviana. Please start it.
Hello everyone, welcome to my talk. My name is Sandra Octaviana, together with Dr. Chandrawati Mosef and PD Dr. Yoahimid. Today we want to present our project entitled Antimicrobial Activity of Chondromyces spp isolated from Indonesian mangrove. Myxobacteria is gram-negative delta proteobacteria, and they have a unique lifestyle, because if you can see this picture, this is an example of Myxococcus xanthus. They lay, kill, and eating together, and then after the environment become a limit nutrient, they change into fruiting body. Until 2018, Myxobacteria divided into 3 suborders. It is Cystobacteriinae, Soraninae, and Nanocystisnae. And then it is divided into 11 family and 66 species. Today we just focus with the Chondromyces belonging to Pollinaceae. Myxobacteria have produced a secondary metabolite, and this compound have activity to against microbial pathogen or antibiotic or infection disease. And then beside that, they also have anti-malaria, anti-tumor, or anti-cancer, and etc. If you can see here that the compound of 3 suborders that I mentioned before, they have overlapping. But if we can see in the deep, in the genus level, some of genus have a specific compound. For example, with the red dot here. And then, for example, of the Chondromyces, they produce apicularin A in with the red color here. So in our previous study, we have a success to isolate 25 Myxobacteria. And today we focus with the 3 strain. It is 151, 61, and 41 MSO. The goal is our study is we want to characterize their antimicrobial activity. So the method is we start with the grow all of them into agar, and then they grow it in the liquid medium. We have around 12 different medium, and then after that we make extract it, and then we evaporate, and then we have a fruit extract here, and after that we tested with the 10 different tested of microorganisms in 96 well plate with the serial dilution test. And after that, if they have activity, we continue to identify their active compound with the HPLC-MS. And then we compare to Myxobase database that it is a known or unknown compound. For the result, if you can see here that I mentioned each strain, we have 12 different media, and then we tested with the 10 different tested microorganisms here. That you can see that all of them have a specific Staphylococcus aureus. Further, we choose randomly a strain. It is a 151 MSO. We grow this strain in a PU medium with different nitrogen source. It is probion, oat, and soy with the different concentration, and it triplicate. And then For the result, if you can see here that they still have a specific to against Staphylococcus aureus, and then for the concentration, linear with the activity. It means if the high concentration with 1.3 propion, they have a high activity to against Staphylococcus aureus. And not only Staphylococcus aureus, for propion, they also have activity to Smegmatis and also Mucorhimalis. For HPLC-MS, we can identify the active compound. For the first is in the oat, we can see the predicted active compound is a hexadecanoic acid. This belongs to for the fatty acid. And the second one is for the propion. We rediscover the corallopironin D. And then the last is soy that this we rediscover for the crocagin A. And in the conclusion, we can conclude that the three of them produce antimicrobial compound that against specific to Staphylococcus aureus, and for the further study is need to be explored to characterize the other biological tests. And for the funding, we thanks to DAD for the support this project, and also for the acknowledgement, we thank to Dr. Chian Primahana for reaching discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, for the fourth presenter, Miss Anastasia Weni.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Anastasia Weni Indrianingsi from BRIN. Today, I would like to present my research about the evaluation of antioxidant activity, antibacterial activity, alpha-glucosidase inhibitory activity of Mentha piperita L and Cymbopogon citratus essential oils. Food poisoning can be caused by pathogenic bacteria. The increase of bacterial resistance have caused the urgent need of more antibacterial agents. The antimicrobial agents are added in food production as the preservative, and essential oil and plant extract are potentially candidate as antibacterial agent. The phenolic compound from plant extract or metabolites have been studied its biological activity against pathogen bacteria. However, there is a little comprehensive study about the essential oil characterization concurrent with its biological activities such as antioxidant, antidiabetic, and antimicrobial. The purpose of this study was to evaluate and compare the peppermint and lemongrass essential oils activity biology in respect of antibacterial activity, alpha-glucosidase inhibitory activity, and the relation with its chemical structure. The material of peppermint and lemongrass essential oil were purchased from Young Living, and the pathogenic bacteria was obtained from Gajah Mada University. The DBPH assay was conducted according to the literature. That is, the methanol sample dissolved in methanol reacted with DBPH, and then incubation for 30 minutes at dark room temperature, and after 30 minutes, the absorbance was measured at 570 nanometers. The beta-carotene bleaching assay was conducted according to the literature, so the beta-carotene was dissolved in chloroform and mixed with linoleic acid and twin. And after evaporation of chloroform, it added with water, and the solution was reacted with the essential oils. And the final solution was evaluated at 470 nanometers. And the alpha-glucosidase inhibitory assay was conducted according to the literature. The essential oils were dissolved in DMSO and reacted with alpha-glucosidase enzyme and P-nitrophenyl glucopyranoside, and the final solution was measured at 405 nanometer. The total phenolic content was analyzed according to the literature. The essential oil were reacted with Volin Kyokalteu, sodium carbonate, and water, and the final solution was evaluated at 765 nanometer after 2 hours of reaction. The antibacterial assay was conducted using a Dix diffusion method, and the positive control used was amoxicillin. The discs were incubated for 24 hours at 37 degrees, and the inhibition zone was measured using digital caliper. This is the results of the antioxidant activity of peppermint and lemongrass essential oil. We can see here that the antioxidant activity of lemongrass oil is higher than peppermint oils. And this is the ability of peppermint and lemongrass oil to prevent oxidation in the beta-carotene bleaching assay. We can see here that the lemongrass oil has better ability in prevent the bleaching of beta-carotene compared to the peppermint oil. However, it was lower than the gallic acid. After 2 hours of assay, the lemongrass oil and peppermint oil still retain antioxidant activity as of 45.4 and 13.12%. And this is the antibacterial activity of peppermint and lemongrass oil. Lemongrass oil had the higher antibacterial activity against aureus as of 28.5, and peppermint is 21.22. And the mechanism is possibly that the essential oil can damage the cytoplasmic membrane, degrading the cell wall, increasing membrane permeability followed by the leakage of the cell of bacteria. This is the alpha-glucosidase inhibitory activity result. We can see here that the lemongrass oil has a similar alpha-glucosidase inhibitory activity with the peppermint oil as of around 89% at 1000 ppm. Meanwhile, the total phenolic contents of lemongrass is higher than in the peppermint. And this is the GC mass analysis result. We can see here that the peppermint oils for the 3 main constituents consist of L-menthol, menthol, and 1,8-cineol. And the other is including cyclooctane, methyl acetate, myrcene, dilimonen, pinanol, transcaryopylen, terpenen, and pulecone. And this is the lemongrass oil. The 3 main constituent is acetral, Z-citral, and geranyl acetate, and it's also contain other constituent. They show the FTIR result spectra of essential oil of peppermint and lemongrass. We can see here that the spectra around 3486 from lemongrass oil or LO and 3402 from peppermint oil or PO is coming from hydroxyl ester H. The CO group is 1685 for LO and 1704 for PO. Around 2912 for LO and 2916 for PO is coming from CH group. 1118 from LO and 1167 from PO is from CO stretch. The CC from LO is around 1438, 1631, 1658. And this result of FTIR show in agreement with the GCMS result. And for the conclusion, the result of the study show the potential use of peppermint oil and lemongrass oil as promising constituent for alpha-glucosidase inhibitor agents and antimicrobial activity. The antioxidant activity of peppermint oil and lemongrass oil using DBPH assay is around 11.8% and 15.3%. Meanwhile, the antioxidant activity using beta-carotene as of 13% and 45.4%. Both peppermint and lemongrass essential oil perform good antibacterial activity against S. aureus. The antibacterial activity of peppermint and lemongrass oil as of 21.2 and 28.5 millimeter. And the alpha-glucosidase inhibitory activity also showed that the peppermint oil and lemongrass oil had good activity. The result of the study showed the peppermint and lemongrass essential oil has a high potential in pharmaceutical industry. That's all of my presentation today. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Next for the 5 presenter is Miss Uri Perwitasari.
Okay, thank you, moderator. This time, I will present the result of our research entitled Characterization of Flavors Producing Yeast Strains from Indonesia Culture Collection. Flavor is ingredient and important characteristic for improving the quality taste of product in food industry. There are 2 ways to produce flavor, by synthetic or by extraction. Synthetic flavor could be lead various symptoms and serious disease such as asthma, mutagenesis chromosome, and also cancer. Natural flavor also have a problem in sustainability product. One of the technologies currently being developed is the production of bioflavor by utilizing microorganisms. Therefore, the aim of this study was to characterize flavor compounds of yeast isolated from Indonesia culture collection. It is hoped that in the long term, sustainable bioflavor production is reliable. In our method, firstly, we rejuvenate the isolate from glycerol stock. There are 81 strains. The isolate were cultured in YPD medium for 24 hours. And subsequently, we inoculate the isolate into YNB medium for bioflavor production. After that, supernatant we extract by chloroform, and for bioflavor analysis we using gas chromatography mass spectrum. Our results show that total of 59 out of 81 yeast strains have been successfully reactive using YPD medium. And 59 isolates have robustly grown on YPD broth, but have sluggish growth on YNB medium. By reason, yeast growth was influenced by carbon and nitrogen source in media. The group volatile compounds that were detected in this research are ester, alcohol, ketone, furanon, alkaloid, semicarbazole, pyranol, benzene, and also amine group. The group compound identified to be associated with bitter flavor are furfural, 5-hydroxymethylfurfural, caffeine, hydroxybenzoic acid, and pyranol dihydromethyl. Although furfural and 5-HMF are derivative products from glucose, not all fermented products contain this compound. There are 23 isolates that did not produce 5-HMF in their fermentation product. The group compound identified to be associated with rusticase are caffeine and dihydroxydimethylfuranol. There are any two isolates can produce this compound. They are IDY029 and ID0271. For the group compound identified to be associated with sweet flavor, there are L-proline and butyl ester, L-alanine, propargyloxyl carbonyl isohexyl ester, and dihydroxydimethylfuranol. This research is in line with previous research, which state that compounds of amino acid group such as alanine, proline, glycine, and threonine give a sweet taste in food product. The compound identified with waxy and sweety taste is N-hexadecanoic acid or palmitic acid, and the compound identified to be associated with sour flavor is benzoic acid, and for savory taste is ethan isothiocyanate. For the aroma fruity and floral, we detect benzene ethanol, 4-hydroxy, furyl hydroxymethylketon, methoxyacetic acid nonyl ester. And the most variant of flavor compound in fermented product is alcohol. There are any benzene methanol, propinol, cyclopentanetral, phenol, ditertial butylphenol, imidazole ethanol, imidazole methanol, phenol ditertial butylphenol, ethanol, and icosanoidiol. And the conclusion in our result, in brief, Indonesia biodiversity has the potential to produce compounds that are food additive. For food flavoring agents, there are any 59 yeast isolates were dominated by benzoic acid, furfural, 4-pyranone dihydroxymethyl, 5-hydroxymethylfurfural, and caffeine. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you for all. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Uri Perwitasari. Next, for the last presenter in this session is Ms. Delisia Yunita Rahman. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Delisia from Research Center for Applied Microbiology, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN. In this beautiful day, I would like to present our research entitled The Effect of Nitrogen Concentration and Light Intensity on Growth of Phyllastrella sp for carotenoid production. Recently, microalgae have attracted many research interests due to their valuable compounds. Microalgae live easily to cultivate, only use sunlight, water, CO2, and macro and micronutrients to produce a wide range of bioproducts, including lipids, polysaccharides, protein, and pigments. In this research, we particularly will talk about the pigments. Carotenoids. Carotenoids are one of the three major natural pigments present in microalgae, besides chlorophyll and picobilprotein. In microalgae, carotenoids plays an important role in photosynthesis together with the chlorophyll. In general, carotenoids are particular antioxidants that can be supplied to the cell exogenously, reducing oxidative stress and nitrogen stress levels by neutralizing the excess of free reactive and radical species. One of the green microalgae that contain high amount of carotenoid is Coeloestrella sp. Coeloestrella itself is a unicellular microalgae with spherical, subspherical, ellipsoidal, or spindle-shaped cell with a diameter of 6 up to 15 micrometers, parietal and cup-shaped chloroplast with distinct pyrenoids reproduced by autospores. Several factors that affect microalgae cultivation include environmental such as light, pH, temperature, salinity, CO2, and nutrient supply, and physical conditions such as agitation. Besides that, the microalgae species and shape of the cultivation container also affect microalgae cultivation. In microalgae cultivation, nitrogen is a critical nutrient and a component of high-value biological macromolecules. Nitrogen plays an important part in the forming of protein, protoplasts, chlorophylls, and also nucleic acid. Based on the introduction that we explained before, the objective of this research to evaluate the effect of different nitrogen concentration and light intensity on the growth performance and beta-carotene content of Coeloestrella sp. The material and method that we use for this research, first, the microalgae strain that we use is Coeloestrella sp encoded LiPi11 to AL011. And we use AF6 medium for the maintenance of the culture. For the experimental design, we use different concentration of nitrogen in the AF6 medium, 60, 120, and 180 milligram per liter, with different light intensity, 10,000 and 20,000 lux. The growth of microalgae were monitored every 2 days using a spectrophotometer at 680 nanometers, and the specific growth was calculated using the calculation. And for the microscopic overview, we using the light microscope BX53. Then the cell was analyzing using Olympus software cell sense. The carotenoid was extracted using a modified method of BRIN et al. The absorbance of the serial concentration was measured using a spectrophotometer at 462 nanometer and plotted to the standard curve of beta-carotene. Results and discussion. The effect of nitrogen concentration and different light intensity on the growth of Coeloestrella sp can be shown in the figure 1. The absorbance value minimum of 1.960 and maximum of 3.981 at 618 nanometer were achieved in 60 milligram per liter at 10,000 lux and 180 milligram per liter nitrogen at 20,000 lux respectively. The initial optical density 0.2 significantly changed after 18 days of cultivation in the culture with different concentration of nitrogen and light intensity. The value of specific growth rate in the experimental unit with 60, 120, and 180 milligram per liter nitrogen with light intensity of 10,000 lux range from 0.072 to 0.150 per day, while the value of the specific growth rate in the culture with 20,000 lux range from 0.097 to 0.109 per day. The light intensity is directly affected by the photosystem rate. Excessive light can lead to photooxidation damage to the photosynthetic apparatus, thus decreasing the rate and efficiency of the photosystem. According to Malsev et al., only a few microalgae species show high adaptability to high light intensity and maintains their photosynthetic efficiency. The effect of nitrogen concentration and light intensity on the total biomass of Coeloestrella sp shown in the tables. The highest biomass was obtained when Coeloestrella sp was cultivated in 180 milligram per liter nitrogen with light intensity of 10,000 lux, about 0.65 gram per liter. In contrast, the lowest biomass was obtained in the culture with 60 mg per liter nitrogen and light intensity of 10,000 lux. The statistic analysis shows at both light intensity, the influence of nitrogen concentration were significant on the biomass production. Microalgae stressing through extracellular nitrogen depletion or repletion could result in metabolic changes. The result of this experiment confirmed the general finding that up to certain taxa, light intensity limits the growth of microalgae, and further increased light intensity would presumably cause photoinhibition. The effect of nitrogen concentration and light intensity on carotene production of Colestrella sp was shown in the tables. Cell grow under 10,000 light intensity and 180 mg per liter nitrogen showed the highest beta-carotene content. The statistic analysis showed at both light intensity, the influence of nitrogen concentration were significant on carotene production. Nitrogen stress, even depletion or repletion, might even influence the light harvesting and efficiency of the photosystem. Moreover, the increased culture cell growth under stress would also increase the synthesis of secondary metabolites for cell protection. The carotenoids are commonly synthesized when the microalgae culture experiences environmental stress, including light and nitrogen stress. The microscopic overview of pigment accumulation of Colestrella sp shows in figure 2. Like microscopical observation show the unicellular alga in its characteristic shape. Maturing shell of Colestrella sp enlarge in size and reproduction by autosporulation. At the end of the cultivation day, most cultures turn orange as the accumulation of carotenoid in the cells. Among the factors that induce carotenogenesis in microalgae, the more environmental stimuli are stress of light and nutrient, especially nitrogen. But the relevance of these factors are still unclear. Conclusion for this research, the highest specific growth rate, dry weight, and beta-carotene content were found in the 180 mg per liter nitrogen with a light intensity of 10,000 lux. They accounted for 0.150 per days, 0.65 gram per liter, and 79.09 ppm, respectively. High nitrogen content enhance biomass production of Colestrella sp. Therefore, high nitrogen content in high light intensity would inhibit biomass production due to the photoinhibition process. Thank you for listening. And if you have any question, we have a discussion in the next session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have finished for all video player presentation from 6 presenter. Now we have entered the Q&A, question and answer session for 20 minutes for this parallel session 1, topic nutraceutical and natural products. We invite all participants and audience who may have questions to raise their hands and open a mic to ask questions. Please, if any other question, raise your hand, all audience. Maybe the question can be asked, yeah, from presenter, other presenter, or audience, maybe. If any question, please raise your hand. Okay, Miss Akhirta Atikana, time is yours.
My voice is low. So I have a question for Dr. Stanley. I'm sorry, I'm a bit lost when you do your presentation. So my question is about like the compound that you presented, how you detect that compound and what methods you use for that. Thank you.
It's clear. The question is clear.
Yeah,
Miss Akhirta, who is asked? Okay.
Yeah, the question is how I can identify or okay. So the we use HPLC-MS. So the crude extract just we run in HPLC-MS. Then we can cut the chromatogram, and then from the chromatogram we did the fractionation. The replication with the fractionation, and then we compare in 1912 plates, and then we like reculture again, and then as on the chromatogram we can compare from both of them, and then we compare with our mixo-based database. So we use our mixo-based database in HSI during my study in German.
Okay, so you compare that to the database that we
Yeah.
have there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like here we don't have that database. No,
Yeah.
so I think normally we use like standard.
Yeah, but for the mixed bacteria, we have like special database. We build. I mean, in the HSI, they built this database.
So my next question is, can we also access that database, or it's
no.
No. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
But we can use another database like a dictionary of natural product, for example, to compare it. So
yeah, but that's not free access as well, right?
Yes.
For as I know. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Akhirta Tikana. If any other question, please raise your hand and please louder for the speak, so we can clear to hear your question.
I have a question to
Miss
Dr.
Octaviana.
Yeah, I have a question to Dr. Tika. So my question is, do you have experience about the MTA issue during your study? Material transfer agreement during your study.
Okay. So for my case is no, because I prepared the MTA before my study done. So I also prepare all the documents before I did my research. So for me, it's not a problem.
Okay, clear. Okay, next. If any other question from audience, maybe. This is 24 participant, and I hope we can sharing knowledge together and sharing information about scientific. Any other question, maybe from audience? Okay, if no other question, I will ask for Mr. Anastasia Weni. Yeah, I will ask. Yeah, what bioactive compounds play an important role as antioxidant, antibacterial, alpha glucosidase for inhibitory activity on Mentha piperita and Symphopogon citratus essential oils? What is the results of the metabolomic profile of the bioactive components? Thank you. Maybe Miss Anastasia Weni can answer my question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Haryo, for your question. In our study, we conduct some GC mass analysis for the compounds in the essential oils, and we propose that probably the bioactive compounds for the antioxidant and then for alpha glucosidase is from the compound such as menthol from peppermint oils, and then menthol and cineol, but it's also maybe from other constituents. And then for the lemongrass oils, it probably from the citral and also the linalool and another constituent. And from these volatile compounds from GC mass analysis, we also propose that probably another phenolic content also appears in the oil, so that it's also probably have contribution to
its biological activity, including antioxidant and alpha glucosidase inhibitory activity. Maybe that is my answer.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very clear, Ms. Anastasia Weni. Thank you very much. Maybe any other question from the audience? Any other question maybe from the audience or maybe from participants? It's 24 participants. Any audience? Any questions maybe? Please raise your hand. It's no question. I will ask again. It is for Mr. Elga Renjana. Yeah. I want to ask, why did you use the in silico methods for the study of the organosulfur compounds of garlic as anti-hypertensive? How do the results of in silico analysis compare to the results of in vitro and in vivo? Does the organosulfur compound in garlic as an anti-hypersensitive have other functional properties that have not been revealed by in silico studies? For example, maybe its utilization as an antioxidant on antimicrobial. Thank you very much. Please, this is my question, Mr. Elga.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hayo, for the question. So we use the in silico method in this study because we want before we try to the in vitro on in vivo method. We want to know about the potential the compounds of the garlic with the in silico method. So because the in silico method we can know before we tested in the vitro and in vivo method, so we can know the potential of the compounds of the garlic, because the in silico is the compositional method that represent in the natural activity. So before we want to know the first before we used to in vitro on and in vivo method.
Okay.
And we want to know where's the compound has the best activity as antihypertensive.
Okay. Any other functional properties maybe for the organosulfur garlic from organosulfur compound from garlic?
Yeah, for their based on our study literature, many literature mentioned that the garlic has the other function as antibacterial and anti-inflammatory and anti-fungi and extra.
Okay. Okay, it's very clear. Thank you very much.
Maybe
any other questions from audience? I hope it's many questions in this session because the topic is very interesting. Yes, from the 6 presenters. Any other questions? All audience, all participants. Okay, if no other questions, I will ask again. Okay, this is this question for Miss Urip Perwitasari. Maybe you can, Miss Urip Perwitasari, maybe you can explain what bioactive components of the yeast strain are dominant enough to form bioflavor, and how is the application of this bioflavor component for industry, used as a flavor enhancer. Maybe for what types of foods are the bioactive components of yeast? Thank you very much. Maybe Miss Urip Perwitasari can answer my question.
Okay. The bioflavor in our research, yes.
Yes, the dominant and specific dominant component, bioactive compound from yeast strain, to become form bioflavor.
The dominant compound is caffeine, hydroxymethylfurfural, and furfural. The caffeine give roasty flavor in product. So if caffeine, we added caffeine in our product, the mechanism is give a roasty flavor. It can enhance the roasty flavor in our food product. And for another compound such as furfural, it can enhance a bitter flavor, and hydroxymethyl furfural also can give sweet and bitter flavor also. So the agent for flavoring, the mechanism is enhance the flavor in our food product.
Okay, it's very clear, Miss Urip Perwitasari. Thank you very much. Any other questions from audience and all participants? Please raise your hands. Okay.
I already raised my hand.
Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Delicia. Time is yours.
Okay, I would like to ask to Miss Urip. Hello, Mbak Urip. From the 84 strain that you what is screening, you got 51 or 50, like something, 50 something, and among those there are any specific strain that produce high amount of bioflavor, and is it possible to make them into the commercial scale? If it is, that really nice to have it.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Adel. This is the preliminary study in our research. Okay, this time we only profile the volatile compound that produced by yeast. We use this time we use commercial media. And for the next time, we will manipulate the production, the media production for bioflavor production. In commercial media, we found isolate that can high produce caffeine. Maybe next time we will manipulate the media production to become more economic, to produce bioflavor production more become the production is can sustainable for bioflavor production.
Oh, there is no, like, usually when we screen that, we found that, oh, this strain is give a high amount of biomass or give a high amount of, it's just a still preliminary study.
Yes, it is just preliminary.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions from audience? Other questions? Okay, I will ask again. It is maybe the questions for Miss Delicia. Your papers, the title is Effect of Nitrogen Concentration and Light Intensity on Growth of Coelestrella for Beta-carotene Production. My question is, how about the other strain of microalgae, especially for the strain of chlorella and other strain for maybe red microalgae or brown microalgae? How about these methods can be applied for the other strain? How about the effect of nitrogen concentration and light intensity for the other strain besides on Coelestrella? About it can be compared for the beta carotene production. Thank you very much, Miss Adele.
Okay, thank you for the question. First, if we want to produce something, it's like strain specific. If we use microalgae, we talk about the strain specific. So every strain of microalgae has different compound that they're produced. Like if we want to have like blue, so we have to cultivate the blue-green microalgae. If we want to have more chlorophyll, then we use a green algae. And for the nitrogen effect for the micro in general, they will increasing the biomass production of microalgae, but it really depends on the strain that we use. So every strain have the limitation on the nitrogen absorption and and also the limitless of the how much low nitrogen that they can be absorbed as well. And we have done before with Chlorella vulgaris, and they also have a high amount of biomass. And we also have done with the corticistis with different light intensity. Sometimes, but we not check for the pigment, but we check for the lipid production. So for the lipid production, if it is high nitrogen, usually the carbohydrate will up more, and then the biomass will be increasing. And then in the light intensity, usually the lipid concentration is also higher. In this case of the research, the high amount of nitrogen first will be increasing the amount of biomass, and then if you give them a high light intensity, they will have a stress of light, and then will produce the carotenoid, because the carotenoid is the system of how the algae protect themselves from the high light intensity. Is clearly enough?
Yes, very clearly. Well done. Thank you very much for the explanation. Maybe any other questions from audience and participants? If no other questions, I will close these sessions. Maybe it is the final, we have entered the final sessions for the session of the topic of nutraceutical and natural products. Then we have entered the lunch break. As the moderator for this parallel session, I apologize profusely if there's mistakes or errors in attitude and speech. Thank you very much for your attentions. Maybe in this session two, the discussion will be guide for Dr. Dandi Yusuf. We lunch break for 1 hour, and we can enter in breakout room too, especially for topic nutraceutical and natural products after a lunch break. Maybe in 13.30. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. You can go to main room, you can go to main room, or maybe you can go to main room. Maybe this is Miss Sandy.
There is no option to go to the main room.
Okay.
Other room.
Leave room. Okay. Leave breakout
room. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Biotechnology is one of the most dynamic and innovative companies within the BRIN Group. The BRIN Group consists of over 35 operating companies in over many industries, including technology, infrastructure, and engineering. BRIN has been in business for over 17 years and has established itself as the major player in the research and the chemical analysis industries. Its customers include many bodies in the government sector, as well as large corporate entities. And its industries include food research, agriculture, petroleum, chemical, environment, and clinical research. We believe that Biotechnology and Bioengineering is very well suited to meet with all stakeholders to support the quality of life and to improve it in Indonesia. We fully support Biotechnology and Bioengineering to meet with all stakeholders and form partnerships to improve the quality of life of people in Indonesia.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main room. How was the parallel sessions, Bapak, Ibu, and also ladies and gentlemen? We hope it was very nice sessions. And now we will have a break for approximately 1 hour and 5 minutes. Please kindly remain in the Zoom meeting or back to the Zoom meeting at 1:30 p.m. Jakarta time. Once again, we will have a break for approximately 1 hour and 5 minutes. Please kindly back to the Zoom meeting or remain at the Zoom meeting. And we will start the next agenda at 1:30 p.m. Jakarta time. Thank you.